Woo! Good morning, my friends. Yes, I know some of you were like, I thought you had to take Drago to the vet today. Yeah, I did. Okay, dropped them off. It's a surgery, for fuck's sake. Turns out I got time. So now I'm here. All right. Anyway, yeah, so we've definitely got hold on 1 second here. We've got this cross-examination of Carrie Roberts to take place today, which I don't want to miss out on here. But because Drago is getting neutered right now, I am gonna have to go pick him up, and that's not gonna be till much later. Court will almost be over, but I won't be able to catch the end of court today. But court will unless there's like a half day today. Is there like a half day today or some shit? I don't know. But you know, unless it ends early, I'm ending it early. So that's basically the gist of what I was trying to say. Let's see. We've got the only fan that Plevin has right here. Now, I don't think we have enough time, but there was a hearing yesterday in regards to the ARCA stuff. Now, I'm not totally sure about that, but it looks like there's a chance that ARCA may be out. Brennan is doing everything he can to chop the legs out from under Karen Reed and her defense, which is just dirty. But it's like he made his opening statements. All right, so the voir dire is on Friday, but it's more than that, supposedly. From what I understand, it's more than just a voir dire. I'm kind of still in the dark about it, so I'm not 100% sure about what's going on here. But all right, sorry about that. I got no sound. I don't know why there's no sound. God, it's so fucking annoying. Court TV's always behind. Come on with this, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, well, Bev was muted. Nope. No sound from Law and Crime. Come on with this ridiculous bullshit.
To exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night.
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last is that there's Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone line, and then it's separated by his phone call with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, it's simply an order. There is a presentation of a different
all I need to hear
PowerPoint,
is
which is
Guardino.
from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, and Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your?
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising. I will make this as easy as possible for everybody.
All right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at him by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. He did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day
Oh,
that works for the court?
look who decided
Reasonably
to
soon that we can have
show.
time.
We could do it tomorrow afternoon
Oh,
if tomorrow is a better day for him.
Let's see.
Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here.
yeah, which costs money, by the way. Are we going to get sanctioned for that
He
shit?
gets on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
So that's why Peggy O'Keefe's not in the gallery right
We'll
now.
make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So I think we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you
Why
out
did you
by
order it?
having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
I already did, dumbass.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact, that is also very helpful, but this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that, District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. We ready to start?
Judge, I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, what, let's see counsel at sidebar about stuff.
Bro, why is there a Motel 6 shower curtain fucking hanging next to her face? It's weird. Like this blows my mind, dude. Why this blows my mind is because there's such a big stink over some sort of miscommunication over discovery being shared with the Commonwealth. Yet it's been beyond pulling teeth. I mean, it's been like organ transplant without anesthesia to get the Commonwealth to share discovery for the past 3 years. 3 years. But now all of a sudden it's a big problem when it comes to the defense. Now all of a sudden, like, oh my God, what is the defense up to? What are the defense doing? Oh my gosh. But never a question from Bev about what the Commonwealth has been up to for the last 3 years.
All right, so are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to get off?
All right.
All right, so I guess they're bringing the jury in now. So crazy, man. This is the craziest case I've ever even heard of, dude. Yeah, the Sally Port video, everything, man. And Bev is just so, when it comes to the I'm concerned about deleted messages and blah 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 blah. Like, you're talking about Celebrate, right? But 2:27 a.m. search. If the Commonwealth says that it didn't happen, well, I guess it didn't happen. Okay. What do you mean? Like, it's Celebrate. Like, I've never even heard of a case. I've never seen a trial where they used cell phone data and Celebrate wasn't used, and it wasn't used to convict a guilty party. And Cherry has finally decided to grace us with her presence. So, shut up. No. Cherry only gets one applause. Only one, if that. Yeah, this is gonna be wild, man. And I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Yeah, I was supposed to Drago is at the vet appointment. I gotta go pick him up at 3:30, which means I gotta be out of here by 3. And it is what it is. But I didn't think I was going to be able to go live at all today. So I'm grateful to those of you who did come and hang out. I'm grateful to you guys for coming here and watching this here with me. That means a lot to me. No, what are they doing now? Is it another sidebar? Now, I'm going to wait till there's a bit more, a few more people in here before I make my major announcement. Annie Elise sent you here, really? She's live, isn't she? I'm trying to send people over there.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons that have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were
Thank you,
waiting
buddy.
for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
Ms. Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You can take the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct,
At some point, you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification, and then a smaller clip of that ring video. There's no objection.
Jacob, thank you for the
If there's
Venmo,
no
buddy.
objection or there is no.
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Now, guys, if I understand correctly, on cross-examination today, we're going to see some bombshells. There are some text messages rumored to be out there that the defense may or may not have. And I don't know what's on these things. I don't even know if they're real. I don't know what's going on, but it's just all rumor. So
Thank you.
It's all rumor.
One final. No, it's a clip. 12C would be just fine. Thank you.
Now, and also take note, if you have not been following this case and you're not very familiar with the first trial, the defense never even cross-examined Carrie Roberts in the last trial.
Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
What a liar.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
His suits are nice, though, man. You got to give Spanky that. He's got nice suits. They fit him well.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical,
So
sort of.
you looked at the picture. So
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes,
What
one
is
of the
this shit?
side. It's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
I can't
Did
believe
you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him.
right,
Why
because
would
that
I
wouldn't
think
fucking
that?
happen on
Did
somebody's
you have
elbow.
any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive. I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant
Kerry.
began kicking your door.
Yes,
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Yeah, because that's
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine. His right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it.
Like not.
And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
Bullshit.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
Terry, knock that shit off.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Turbulence
Yes.
in the chat.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
Look, what am I
About
watching?
what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
She said
When
Jen
you
did
were
CPR.
waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
You were a goddamn liar.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Most outrageous shit
Did you
I've
see
ever heard.
first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
That John had been in an accident? How did you know it was an accident? You just
What did you do
assumed
after
Aaron
that
hit her?
phone call?
Is that what happened?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. If he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know. I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see
Lady.
any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat
think
on?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you
right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun out?
Oh, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car and that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to their home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg." And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When
So immediately,
the
Peggy
defendant
O'Keefe
said that she left him, did she
Yeah.
say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you
No,
and the
that's not
O'Keefes to get to
hearsay
the
at all.
hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement, folks.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
You
Were
just
there
shot
any other
down
ways
the
that
prosecution's
John
theory on
looked
how he got
different
the
in
black
hospital
eyes.
than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Dude.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
Bro, okay. Here she is right now. She's sitting here telling a jury. Now, mind you, the prosecution's theory as to why he had two black eyes, because they're saying John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's SUV and he sustained the two black eyes through a head injury from the impact in the back of his head, right? And this causes hemorrhaging and causes black eyes, right? So now she's sitting here saying that when she approached him, when she went to try to do CPR on him, when they found him laying in the lawn, only one eye was swollen, which indicates what? That he was in the house and he got his ass kicked and murdered. That's what it looks like. Like she just shot down the prosecution's theory as to John O'Keefe's injuries. So everything that she says means dick all. Nothing. It means nothing. Dude, this is awesome. Like, it's infuriating to hear her lie.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
But if I'm the defense, I'm grabbing onto that and I'm not letting
I'm
it
going to show
go.
you a photograph.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I asked that the camera not on that.
Oh, please stop it, dude.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
Nobody's buying that shit, lady. Nobody's buying that shit. Like, you're crying because you're about to get your ass handed to you on cross. Yeah. Take a look at the camera real quick. Yes, the camera's pointed at you. Everyone can see you fake crying. Don't worry, your performance is being aired everywhere.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me see what is Aiden in the courtroom today? Does anybody know?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
Thank you, guys.
After the hospital?
Got it.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
ma'am.
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
And
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
he keeps leading her
I
with
drove
this
Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours, maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Assisting.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No.
After this case began,
Yeah,
did
he's
you ever
good.
come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court? And
I
don't answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Bro,
Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
Yes.
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper.
Okay.
And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
oh shit. Oh,
Do you remember
my
any
goodness.
time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
Get out of my
I
face
was
with
not well.
that. How do you
It was
not
in the evening at some
remember
point.
all those cops' names?
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
How do you
Okay,
not
where were
remember
you
first
at that
name?
next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when two law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was
We-
happening.
We hadn't even had a funeral.
And after John's passing,
I love that shit.
Did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
We hadn't even had a
With the court's
funeral.
permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
What if any weather conditions would you think are? Yeah, I know. I love that. That they like tell me without telling me that you sat around and plotted to get your stories together.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm one of the two that are calm as Hindu cows. I mean, JFK's right, man. Like, dude, you're not gonna like baby blankets aren't gonna do shit. Why didn't Jen run into her sister's house and get blankets?
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Oh, Jen totally used Kerry.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
You in the jungle, baby. Bro, yeah, like that is not 6 inches of snow, dude. Like, dude, you can see. I mean, you can't see it here.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
But in the pictures,
Cleaning off my car.
six inches of snow. 6 inches of snow wouldn't even cover a 6'2", 200-pound man, bro. Stop it. Bark off. I'm not giving you handle of the day just out of principle, Cherry. I'm not doing it. Bark off. Just out of general principle, because it's you.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
And his name is John C.
Stop, please, just for a moment.
Do
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
Make sure you guys are still
No.
awake.
Okay. If you can continue, please.
want to make sure you guys are still up. Still with me. Oh, and by the way, everybody,
Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
I'll wait. Oh, yeah, I remember that, Felicia. Thank you so much. Bye, Felicia. I just wanted to say that. Oh, so I can't announce this now. It's Cherry's birthday, people. It's Cherry's birthday. Everybody.
Know where you walk?
No.
And she
I do
loves
not.
Behind this
cheese.
car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
And she loves cheese. So drop a bunch of cheese emojis in honor of Cherry's birthday and tag Cherry in your comment. Okay, just drop a bunch of cheese emojis in the chat because she loves cheese and it's her birthday. Oh, thank you, Innocent and Defiant. Appreciate you. Oh, I love it. Cherry's so happy right now. She loves that. She loves that.
This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point,
No.
or the defendant?
No.
Please continue.
Oh my God.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Type in your favorite cheesy food too. What's your favorite cheesy food, guys? Which one? Like the cheesiest you can think of. What is it? I love how I can do this during Hank Brennan's bullshit because it's like we know it's bullshit. It's just a big waste of the jury's time, everybody's time. Oh, yeah, you guys, man, those are some good ones. Mac and cheese, Gouda, nachos, lobster mac and cheese, baby.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No.
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Y'all are awesome. Stop. Oh, Cherry, I'm going to time you out if you don't stop. Stop it. Thank you, Ginger Freckles. Appreciate you. Yeah, so those of you who came over here from Annie's channel, I don't know if you noticed, but this channel's very different. I hope you enjoy it. I really do. It's just different. Don't expect what you get there here, and don't expect what you get here there. But I'm really glad you're here because Annie's my homegirl. James Jackson, I believe the term you're looking for as to what we're watching here is known commonly as bullshit.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please. And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448.
Thank you, Dory Yoga. Cherry loves it and appreciates it. What in the blue hell is that?
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Was that your chin dropping on the floor earlier? Nightclubs, thank you so much. She was on Good Morning America last night. Nightclubs. We're going to have to talk, buddy. Good Morning America last night. Got it. But thank you. Yes. So as nightclubs demonstrated, there is a $2 minimum for incoherent ramblings in a super chat. So just so you know. Okay. Want to be very, very clear. $2 minimum. I mean, the question is, why is she lying? Like, what does she have to gain out of this? I mean, hopefully we'll find out on cross, but I'm trying to understand what she has to gain out of this. She wasn't in the house. And, take that as playing devil's advocate if you want. I wouldn't look at it that way simply because she's clearly lying. Jen McCabe did not perform CPR on Boston police officer John O'Keefe. That did not happen. Why is she lying about that? Thank you, Diane G.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Yeah, she hates Karen. Is it a jealousy thing? Like, what's the deal? Why is she so... I mean... Like,
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
All right. And
You are muted.
during that time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for the hearing yesterday. That I missed. I ended the live too quick. And I'm going to end this live early as well, but not now, like hours from now, because I have to pick up Drago and take Clever. Got to pick up Drago for surgery, and then I got an appointment for Clever to get his follow-up vaccines. Trial channel, that's right. I keep forgetting about this brand new little resource that this community has recently obtained. This very, very wonderful resource, trial channel. So let's check that out. Boom. It's right there. It's the first one. I love it.
proceed to closing session.
All right, so we'll have a quick hearing on paper now 682 and 680. First, Commonwealth's motion to enforce compliance with the court's April 16th, 2025 ARCA discovery order. Mr. Brennan, you said you could be brief on both of these, so I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I'll get right to the point. On the motion for compliance, our position is that the defense did not comply with the order. This is an ongoing issue which relates directly to the credibility of potential ARCA witnesses. This is information based on the history and representations made in this case that we're entitled to. I did note before these were produced that we have watched video footage from unaired video from the documentary. We clearly knew that there were text messages and correspondence beyond what was represented to the court. It is not a surprise that I did receive these lists of text messages and calls after I made those comments. However, there is no text message content. There is 99 texts to Mr. Wolf, 6 texts to Mr. Venchler. That does not reconcile with the past positions and representations of the defense to this court and to the Commonwealth. In addition, there are a number of phone calls. And those phone calls, again, I would suggest do not reconcile with the past representations. We have 52 minutes of phone calls on 5 calls with the ARCA mainline, 133 minutes, 20 calls with Dr. Wolf, 57 minutes, 23 calls with Dr. Venchler. I find it difficult to accept that these are all for scheduling purposes. We also had your Honor's order, not just for the communications, which are not a complete or a fair production, but there was a order by the court to provide all correspondence, text messages, emails, not just with Attorney Jackson, but with the entire team, including the defendant, Karen Reed, and we have received nothing. This is important because if we look at the first half of ARCA's potential testimony, which is limited to their prior report, we cannot fairly and effectively cross-examine the witnesses until we have the information we're entitled, and that's why I've also asked and suggested that ARCA should be ordered and required to provide that evidence as well so that we can see what is there. It is concerning that there are this many texts, this many phone calls, and the fact that this is totally in contrast to what was represented in the past. So before there's even a thought of ARCA,
When were the texts and phone calls, though?
Discovery that we asked for, the full discovery that the court has ordered. I don't see anything to do with billing or anything else beyond these text message and phone call logs. I want whatever content is available. I think it's relevant material. It's pursuant to your order, and this is woefully incomplete. Should I dive into the second motion?
Yes.
This is
The second
woefully
motion,
incomplete.
part of it is moot in some respects. I won't go through the tortured history of discovery. We've gone through it too many times. We don't have time for it. But inevitably, it is clear that we have played by the rules, met our discovery obligations.
What?
As we stand
No, you
here
have
now,
not.
The defense is proposing new opinions, new testing, and they don't even have the parts of that testing yet. This is 2 weeks into trial after we picked a jury. This is at the time of the opening. It is ambush. It is
Oh my God, this
unfair,
guy.
and we have no ability at this point to reconcile or deal with new opinions and new information. Importantly, the defense's position is they may or may not have a report by May 1st. Our expert will be testifying somewhere at the beginning or middle of May. He is away. He is not available. And so anything we receive at the beginning of May or end of April, we'll have no opportunity to look at, vet, test, reconcile, or even engage in our own testing. This was my concern all the way back in November. I'm not Nostradamus, but this obviously was something that worried me that actually occurred. And so at this point, it would be fundamentally unfair for the defense to get a benefit for failing to comply with discovery orders by waiting until February to seek permission with ARCA. They could have called any expert, asked for any expert they wanted. They didn't. They chose this method, and this is the consequence of it. And at some point, the defense has to bear the burden of their decisions. We will not have the ability to rush through, have Dr. Ventura come in days before his testimony, try to reconcile, be inadequate. I've had a brief correspondence with him. It's simply impossible. That's why we suggested, although We certainly didn't want to move the trial date. That was the only remedy if the court was going to allow any new opinions, evidence. I say to the court that they should not be allowed to offer absolutely anything new, not only because they missed the discovery deadline, that's technical, but the reality is we're all trial lawyers, we've all tried a lot of cases. It would be a disadvantage, fundamentally unfair, and because of their
Oh
own
my
choosing.
God,
And
dude.
so anything new, we will not be able to reconcile. We would not be able to proceed with our expert in a fair manner.
You're
Thank you.
entitled to shit.
Mr. Lessie, is this you? I'm going to ask you to be as brief as you can be, please.
Your Honor, I
Fucking love this
understand your
guy.
request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity, so I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit
Hi,
of time
Felicia.
to put facts out. And I want
It
to
does.
separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders. And I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So I asked this morning.
Misstated.
there were
Means he
100
lied.
Or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they were to be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, aren't the ABA guidelines, the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware
In
of
regard
that.
to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Wow.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts.
Semantics,
were-
Bev.
I mean, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a
Yeah,
pause
this is
email,
yesterday.
and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Lessie.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor
on.
asked me back then. That was about emails.
That's a pause email.
Sorry, I got to hear that
were
again one more
with
time.
regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, I mean, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email, and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Lessie.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCA, we turned over her texts and the texts of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide. And importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we can that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have. And in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically.
Yeah.
We created that document.
Right.
There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance. So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved, and there is no
Exactly.
discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
Simple.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your
motion-
Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, and 6 months after the first trial, we get an Aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial Aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February of 2000, or February 19th, we finally get the raw images from Aperture and the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images and scans. We move, and we have a hearing on March 20, 2025 to preclude Dr. Welcher because the slides are so incoherent and the report is so insubstantial. We can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th,
Bev
and at that
included them.
hearing, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise that. So we're already into March 20th. The Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the defense on a short leash. We accepted it. And by March 24, we received the PowerPoint that was supposed of the Aperture that was supposed to have two things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th? It wasn't redacted, and there were 3 substantive changes to it. The Commonwealth has said twice, including today, there were no substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes
So why
were.
don't you highlight them very quickly, because I
I
need
will,
to
Your
say
Honor.
something.
I can do it quickly. Thank you for the opportunity. First one, slide 36, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, They changed the conclusion regarding the time that the tail light was broken. No small change. 123, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. So we ended up getting those changes, and I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide our response to these revised Aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welch report. And then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Dalbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial, 6 months, and the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of Aperture to retain ARCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCA proceed forthwith with post haste. And they are working post haste. But, Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails.
And they didn't even voir dire this Welcher guy. Now they're going to voir dire and then some Friday, the ARCA guys, and they already testified in the first trial. And Bev knows because she has the 3,100-page document that the defense has, and the prosecution has the same 3,100-page document that that Bev and the defense have. And that 3,100-page document plainly states and shows that the United States Attorney's Office, through the FBI, hired ARCA to investigate whether or not John O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and whether or not Karen Reed's vehicle struck John O'Keefe. And they determined conclusively that neither happened. So now we got to sit here and go through this whole rigmarole with the ARCA guys, which is what we had to do with Dr. Russell. Regardless of Dr. Russell's insanely solid resume. Her qualifications like are, I've never even seen anything like this. This is so crazy. Like, this is so crazy.
Court orders, all complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th.
Yeah. So this Welcher guy, hold on. This Welcher guy, he's not even qualified, and she didn't even voir dire him, and she let him in. He's going to testify for the prosecution, which is insane.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, like all Spanky's been doing this whole time, dude, is playing these videos, and the jury automatically, this is his strategy. The jury automatically subconsciously thinks that the defendant is guilty and that the prosecution has a case and that they're providing proof. And he's showing this video because what's more proof than video? And then he's trying to sit here and say that the video, like, it's really desperate, that what you're seeing in the video is exactly what I'm saying you're seeing in the video, even though it's completely different than what you're seeing in the video. He pulled this shit yesterday. Like, is this when you heard, here's the video when you heard Jen McCabe, or when you heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right, firefighter Nuttall? And then he's like, yes, this is the time. Right when the sound cuts out.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
What?
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please.
Yeah, Brennan is a snake, dude. Like, he is slimy.
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
What?
Stop, please. 6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, shit. Oh, here we go.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Wait, here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is Ken.
Your Honor, may
Go
I?
ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say
Wow.
it's more than 50?
maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe
Wow.
less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
What? Why?
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? From Mr.
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay.
Setting a
Were those
foundation for the
conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. What's the,
There it is.
I'm going to sustain the
Make
objection.
it about Turtle
Next
Boy.
question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was
Turtle
that
Boy
the
has
extent
entered
of
the
your
chat.
conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there.
Wow.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know.
What other reason?
Adam
could there
Lally
be?
and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings You said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Totally coached. Why?
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Why would Tully be there?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I
We
see
went
what
over
you're
my
doing,
testimony
Alan.
on the screen.
I see what you're doing. Alan.
And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. You are.
Yeah, what is going on there? Is there a sidebar now? Another sidebar? Dude, my SIRI came on and I don't know what just happened. It muted her. So I don't know. It muted the court. So I don't know what just happened before the sidebar. Yeah, some shit's about to go down. Like, dude. So what Alan Jackson is doing right now is building a foundation. He's painting a picture. Well, he's basically painting her into a corner. He's asking these questions. He's letting the jury see there's all these people at this meeting, at all these meetings, over 50, like around 50 meetings, according to her, with Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk County District Attorney, who was under federal investigation until recently. And that doesn't mean that the investigation's closed. It just means we don't have enough right now. But I feel like this trial might make a difference in that. But the interesting thing about this is you have Brian Tully, whose name you're going to hear a lot in Turtle Boy's trial. Yeah, you're gonna have Brian Tully, you have Michael Morrissey, you have Erie Buchanan. This is gonna get fun, people.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos, like videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testify today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No.
or yesterday?
Bullshit.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived? you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
We
Yes.
all did.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on
John O'Keefe's
Miss Reed's phone?
voicemail.
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next
Bullshit.
to or adjacent to the cab of the
Door was
SUV.
closed.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his
I
patrol
do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
Well, she was quick to say no.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down.
Now,
You
Jackson
talked
knew
about
she was
on
gonna
direct
die.
examination some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were
Yes.
you made note of those.
Yes,
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
correct,
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
correct,
at the scene.
correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes,
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes,
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said, is that accurate? Do you see it in the,
Yes, it is.
okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
May
What
I?
I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie,
Okay.
and it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
I remember when they showed this
Let's
the
go ahead and
first
take a look at
trial,
that
I was like,
video.
that is nothing of what they said it was. Oh no, this is when she hits it. Oh no, this is the right one.
Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes,
Or, arrive at One Meadows.
yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through.
This is the point where the jury realizes you're a liar. Man, that was a really quick conversation
Okay,
about the
you can stop.
taillight. And
And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was
Didn't happen.
incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident. that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Get her. Get her.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay,
You
I'm
know
sure
it
it's in my
isn't
notes
Alan.
somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay, and you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could, and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
Right.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then
would
interviewed
you
on
do
February
that?
1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then, for the first time, describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a two-page report, Ms. Roberts. I've put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe
Wait,
that
what? Why
you
did
noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal
bizarre.
encasement was pushed forward.
Yes,
Okay. You didn't say the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
correct,
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes, that's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
my man said, does that
Just in
matter?
the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes,
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
yes,
of you arriving?
yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Why does this always happen when Alan Jackson or someone on the defense is questioning a witness?
Yes,
Okay.
Only during trial.
And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office, and they said, "Yeah, go ahead and replace the camera." Correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office, either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes, to say, "Wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident"?
No,
Any communication like that?
no,
So the communication that you got was, "Yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal."
correct.
And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes,
He is friends with you.
his daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that
Wow.
he's also friends with the Albert family.
And a responding officer of the
No.
Sandra Birch.
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there. Yes,
Was he the, excuse me, sir. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
no, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
said-
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes,
at her house
yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters, I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever it
Yeah.
is.
So she went over to
Bro.
her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody
This is
stopped off
where
at
her
34
story
Fairview,
contradicts
either on the way
Jen
or on the way
McCabe's
back?
last testimony.
I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Get her
You've
in.
indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
Yeah, that's
No.
a good question.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
Now, what
I
Alan
remember
Jackson
two
is
troopers.
doing
I don't
right
know
now,
their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
He's cutting
In
the
my
ground
dining
around
room.
her,
And who was with you when you gave that interview?
and she's going to
Uh,
fall through it.
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Jen was there.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes. The ADAs.
telling them everything.
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table.
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Sound pretty specific.
During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
Ready? Y'all ready?
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure. Thank you.
Showing the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You can take a look at that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
What? Okay, yeah. As I was saying, what AJ is doing right now is brilliant. We saw this in the last trial, and we know that David Yannetti tends to do this too. This is why I call David Yannetti the cerebral ninja. I call David Yannetti the cerebral ninja because what he does is, without you knowing it, he runs into your brain, slices it up, runs away, and by the time he gets to where he's standing right in front of you, like, your brain just fell apart because, like, it just, like, he cut it up so fast. That's, dude, AJ is cutting the floor around her right in front of her, and she's about to fall through it. That's what's happening right now.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Having looked at the
No,
report,
no. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Uh-huh.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection
Oh.
of the dates.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
Boom.
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory, going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I mean, this is so much fun. Like, this is my favorite shit in the world. Watching AJ like cross somebody, it's so much fun. Because we haven't even gotten to like what I think he's gonna go over, which it's only rumored, but I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay.
it was in the works.
And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
There it is.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
Uh-huh.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Right.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
Ooh,
I don't remember.
She was arraigned.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Loudon, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because
Correct.
of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a
man.
couple days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. to take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall? whether
I don't
you did?
recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hell?
So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in the rush. So, may I?
Yes.
Take this back? Well, with court permission, Mr. Brennan,
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
Aw, Bev.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Is that
Does that
crusty
refresh your
panties back
recollection
there?
that there were two text messages at
Stretching.
around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here,
He can't be in there
texting
because Aiden's in there.
Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Have you ever testified that
Thank you, Diane G.
at the scene,
Mega bad. Y'all are the worst.
Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not
got that
know.
Right.
Dude, shut up.
Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and guilty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, some shit's coming when he reminds her of her oath. Thank you, Felicia. Dude, I know it was Yannetti coughing. Calm down, man. I was just messing around. Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
Yo, this granola is delicious, yo. It's fantastic. I'm a big fan of it.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, like if you don't remember, I got you. It's all good because it's grand jury testimony. It's on the record. This is a transcript of what you said exactly. Thank you, Liz. Awesome. Thank you. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, the Baba Lessie diet totally fucking works.
And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go grab me a yogurt, homie.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney.
Already
correct?
your story's
That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda, darling.
Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I have a
positive.
question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser
What did I
that
ask
you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Take a look at lines 16 through 18.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Roberts?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Carrie
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
She stopped herself from saying how long.
Yeah.
She stopped at how long. Correct.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the,
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, but you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
The reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can
that
answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Busted.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
Oh,
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your
Oh,
recollection
there it
to look at
is.
a copy
she's gonna start
of
stonewalling
that
now.
interview and that report?
He scared the shit
Sure.
out of her. She's gonna start stonewalling.
Yes.
This is her.
No. Wait.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind, including the front page. And don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. You may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report.
What is this?
And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
She's been done. Jackson was just like letting her marinate in that shit.
Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her
Objection.
phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain. Watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done?
The 2:27 a.m. search fucking happened, dude. Stop it.
When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No,
Specifically
Were you
asked her.
consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Righto. Appreciate you, buddy.
no,
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Miss McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with "at one point"?
yes.
When you chose the words "at one point," what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This is a Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes.
by me? Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
What a
I'm
dude.
sorry. Say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you
Jared
saw
Brown.
with other people?
Yes. Of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
Wow.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever
Trying to
tell you
manipulate the jury.
you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Trauma.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
Objection.
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Of course you will.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Get the
Have you
fuck
spoken
out of
to
my
it about,
shit.
to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Blimey, fuck.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really
A
traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through, and it's whether John's family, friends, whoever I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection. Please.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Jesus,
Text messages,
dude.
phone calls, call logs, pictures.
Bev's playing cleanup.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With-
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, You were asked about
Relevant.
contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
Why would the district
Who,
attorney ask you to do that?
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where
Wendy?
the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being when you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Just said it now.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
Slime ball.
What do you remember the second time?
This is
That she
what
called.
Morrissey hired him for.
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Until later.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take any-
we took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, you certain that you saw it?
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude.
Objection.
Okay.
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Dude, like, this is what Morrissey hired this douchebag for. To throw up a bunch of smoke and mirrors in front of the jury. Basically, what just happened, in a nutshell, Alan Jackson just completely and totally destroyed her credibility because the 2:27 a.m. search is huge in this case, right? And he just revealed that she lied
This
to
now.
the grand jury. She perjured herself. She admitted to it on the stand. And then this guy goes and puts her in a position to play victim.
All right, go ahead,
Classic
Mr. Brennan.
manipulation tactic.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes,
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, so recross.
Just
Very
asked
briefly, Your Honor.
just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what
I
your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not
I
hear
love it.
anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
There you
Correct.
go.
That was your answer,
Yes,
correct?
to a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically,
Technically?
yes,
You're being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, Joe, as I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Yeah.
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Yes.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
Oh, but you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question,
I
Mr. Jackson.
accidentally
All right, is
told
there
the
any other
deliberate
question or is that
untruth.
it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
Ooh.
Correct.
That's what happened.
This is a little
All right.
feisty.
Can I ask one more question?
Okay,
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Oh, nice. I love this.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
And then you
I
stopped
don't
yourself.
recall.
You caught
I don't
yourself.
recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry. Ms. Roberts,
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3.
Your Honor, before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Yeah, what the
Probably
fuck
about
is
10
this
seconds, 15 seconds.
shit? The fuck is this?
All right.
Theatrics.
Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you at 10 seconds.
This guy thinks that he could just put
All
on
right,
a
we'll
show
give you
for the
a
jury.
5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Unreal, dude. This guy, Brennan, he's just putting on a fucking show. He's not presenting a case. He's putting on a show. He's like, all right, before I call my next witness, Your Honor, I'd like to go over a video and I'd like the jury to see it. That's not how trial law works, dude. That's not what prosecutors do, you fucking weirdo. What is that? It's bizarre, man. This is a fucking circus. AJ's like, I don't even know what the fuck this is. Like, how's this guy allowed to just do this shit? We can't even like look at it first. What does this guy think this is, dude? This is crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's what I expected. I mean, dude, you guys, my McLean's in here that have been watching me talk about since Hank Brennan, and I have the receipts to prove it. Go back to when, go back live streams of mine, go back to when Hank Brennan was first brought on by Michael Morrissey after the first mistrial. What did I say? I said this dude was brought on by Michael Morrissey to dazzle the jury because they don't have a case. And I've been saying that shit. They don't have a case. So what is Hank Brennan gonna do? He's there to just distract and misdirect the jury. He's a dime store magician. Cheap thrills. Sympathy. A show. Look, he's sitting there as soon as Carrie Roberts is shown as an absolute liar. Not my memory's not so great. No, a fucking liar who lied under oath. And Jackson put it in front of her and she didn't know what to do. I guess so. Is that a lie? Technically. What do you mean technically? What does that mean? Did you lie? Yes. But not intentionally. What? Okay, let me get this straight real quick. You intentionally told a mistruth unintentionally. That's how lies work? That's how lies work, right? I love this. We live in an age right now where it's just totally acceptable to just take words and redefine them and make new shit up as to what they mean. Like, we live in an age where it's just like the common thing to do. It's wild. It's wild. The word woke does not mean what it now means. It's very weird. People misuse the word literally all the time. It's insane, dude. Like, this is the upside down, as Melanie Little likes to put it, the reference to Stranger Things. This is Twilight Zone shit. This is not the United States of America. The United States of America, things like this don't happen. You don't have prosecutors that are hired to move forward with a trial that shouldn't even be going to trial the first time, much less a second time. Hire a special prosecutor because nobody else in your district attorney's office will touch it. And you hire a special prosecutor who happened to have been the defense attorney for arguably Boston's most notorious mobster of all time, Whitey Bulger. Because that's a coincidence, right? There's nothing weird or shady about that. That the district attorney of Norfolk County, I don't know about currently, but who was under investigation by the United States Attorney's Office because of how this case was handled, he goes and he hires Whitey Bulger's defense attorney to prosecute this case a second time with even less. They don't even plan on calling their lead investigator in the case, who is also, by the way, disgraced and dishonorably discharged from the Massachusetts State Police for his conduct in the Karen Reed case. Felicia, thank you so much. Lolly wouldn't have asked Carrie that question if he thought, yeah. Yeah, and thank you guys. Those of you guys who are here from 10 to Life, from Annie Elise's channel, that means a lot to me that you're here. I hope you enjoy the channel. Like I said, this channel's a lot different than Annie's. But I very much respect how she runs her channel, and she respects how I run mine, and we're very different. Yeah, so I hope the contrast isn't too much for you, but I hope you enjoy it. But oh, right on, Shauna Dennis. Thank you. So I mean, this is the what? Second witness? It's the second witness, dude. The second witness, both of which proven to be liars. 2 for 2 as far as cross-examinations go. Dude, not only was this a frame-up, this is the sloppiest frame-up I've ever even heard of. This is totally insane. And I mean, Bev, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt this time around, just because I'm the way I am, you know, that's all. But dude, why was she letting that shit go on? No judge that I've ever seen preside over a case, all the trials I've covered before, I've never, ever seen a judge hold a prosecutor's hand when they were trying to pull that kind of shit. I've never even seen a prosecutor try to pull that kind of shit. This woman was just destroyed on cross-examination, completely discredited. Now, not so much to the jury. This is something you also have to keep in mind. A lot of this is our perspective. We know a lot. We have to assume, of course, that the jury knows a lot less than we do. So when we hear words like Jen McCabe, we go, oh my God. But the jury doesn't know what to think when they hear Jen McCabe. You know what I mean? The jury's sitting there, they don't know.
You are unmuted.
So it doesn't have the same impact to the jury as it's had to us.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Kerry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right.
Exhibit 15.
All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes,
Why
Your
don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your
All right,
books.
so now
Put
we're
them on your
30
chairs and
minutes.
follow me.
All right, so now we're at a 30-minute lunch. All right. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we can find something to occupy our time with for the time being. Because I am gonna have to go at about just before 3, or actually at about 2:30. Because the vet called me and said that I had to pick up well, that I couldn't bring Clubber for his shots any later than 3. So so I got to go do that. But I'm glad that I still got to hang out with you, because I didn't think I was going to get to hang out with you guys at all today. And that would have been a bummer for you folks that came over here from Annie's, because you wouldn't have had Annie or me at all, really. Bro, somebody posted, does this woman own any other clothing? Yeah, there's like, listen, and I'm glad that some of you guys are here from Annie's. There is if you guys really do a deep dive into this case, and these things are relevant, this isn't side drama, okay? Because I know side drama from cases, this is not that. This is stuff that's absolutely relevant to the case. It has dramatics to it, but things that involve Turtle Boy's charges, and there's just some fun characters that revolve around all of this stuff, and characters that you just can't make up. There's like, I mean, they look made up out of a movie, but there's no way that anybody could ever conceive of these people, and they're real, and it's wild, and it's fun to keep track of. And I do explore that stuff while I'm here. And it's fun. Let's see what Aiden posted here. Carrie Roberts just testified that Jennifer McCabe didn't call 911 from inside her car. Bullshit. Yet the entire 911 call was recorded on John O'Keefe's voicemail because Karen Reed called him and left her phone running inside Carrie's car. There's no way this could have been picked up if she was outside her car. Exactly. Let me piggyback off of that. So again, those of you who are coming from Annie's, you're going to want to know this. So one interesting thing that took place is before the first trial, before the 911 call was released, a recording of the 911 call was released. You're going to love this shit, because what ended up happening was the morning of January 29th, 2022, just before 6 a.m., they're pulling up to 34 Fairview, Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe, and Karen Reed, right? Looking for John. Just before Karen sees him, jumps out of the car, right? She's calling John. The entire time they're in the car, what Karen Reed is doing is what any person who is worried about the person that they're looking for, who's missing, they're going to call their phone over and over and over again and hope that they pick up. So this time she's got him on the phone, or at least she's dialing his phone, and it's ringing. They pull into 34 Fairview. She sees John laying in the lawn. She drops her phone, okay, on the floor of the car. She's in the back seat. Drops her phone in the back seat of the car on the floor. Runs out, jumps out of the car. Jen McCabe then stays in the car, calls 911, and you can hear this. And let me see if I can hold on a second. I'm not going to pick up. Let's try that again. All right. I guess I'm just going to have to look for it. I just don't know. I didn't title it well or correctly. Oh, yeah. Sweet. Yes, please. All right. Look at that. Dude with the swinger vibe. Stop it, y'all. Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up right now. Someone just sent it to me. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. Well, somebody else sent it. Hold on. No. That's not it either. Hold on. It's being sent to me. Oh, that's nice. Jim, thank you so much for the Venmo. Appreciate you, buddy. All right, let's see. See what we got here. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Here we go. So here is John. Now, this is the interesting thing. So John's voicemail ends up picking up the 911 call that Jen made. So you don't hear the operator speaking. You only hear Jen McCabe's side of the conversation. But it's very telling and very interesting. Hold on a second. Let me.
Yes, I need someone.
Why is it not? Dude, every time you message, though, like it stops it. So
No. Yes, I need someone to be 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man.
now that's as loud as it goes. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why it's again. I can put that. Yes, I need someone to be 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why it's again.
That's not it. It's actually like 4 minutes long. So, and I'm gonna find it. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to find it, but you could clearly hear the wipers, and Karen being hysterical is very faint, which indicates that the doors are closed. So Carrie Roberts is lying again, which I'm going to prove if I can find the actual audio. I just don't remember. And I don't think, because I'm stupid and I didn't title it. Is this it?
Know what you're gonna get? Are you going to get mud?
No, that's not it. That's a stupid bullhorn Betty. No, that's not it. Yeah, and I know Cherry has it like somewhere, but she's not picking up. So, and I just need her to send it to me. It's just very tedious going through all of these files because I know I have it on a file. I know I do. I downloaded it. Okay, let's see. All right. So I'll give this one a chance. Norman, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's just Brennan trying to like twist things. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up right now. All right. So I don't know how good the volume is on this, but I'm gonna do the best I can here. All right. Jesus, what the fuck, dude? All right.
Yes, I need someone to be 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man.
You can hear the windshield wipers. She's inside the car and the door is shut.
Yeah, I don't know why it's again. I can put that. Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Kerry. Yes, I need some.
Now I'm not sure if the door is shut now, but the interesting thing about this that I always get out of this is why didn't Jen McCabe just run into her sister's house and get blankets. When we see her on dash cam footage, once all of the EMTs left, once the fire truck left, and there was only Canton PD presence there, Jen McCabe runs inside to 34 Fairview Road. She's outside the whole time. She's outside. Karen's running back and forth. We've been watching the videos all morning. We've been watching them since yesterday, right? So why in that entire time, especially while she was sitting there on the phone with 911, why didn't she run into the house while she was on the phone with 911, grabbing blankets, trying to save her friend, trying to keep him warm? Why didn't she do that? Right, the hatch is up. But she's not sitting there on the back hatch, or else she wouldn't be able to hear the windshield wipers. Not that clearly.
John is 46 years old.
Now she knows his name. This is also important because when she called at the beginning, she said, here, we got 30 minutes. Let's just examine this. We haven't done this in a long time. At the very beginning here, she says there's a man passed out in the snow. And it's really helpful if you have headphones on.
Yes, I need someone to please 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam. There's a man passed out in the snow.
There's a man passed out in the snow. Not a police officer. Not a police officer. Even though she comes from a cop family, she knows that there will be a quicker response time. Everybody knows that. I don't have any police officers in my family, and I know that. And yet her whole family is pretty much cops, or she's at least got a bunch of cops in her family. And she knows damn well, and she knows that this is a powerful family. She knows that that if she gives them a sense of urgency, listen, my name is Jen McCabe. My brother-in-law is Brian Albert. I'm at his house right now, and there is a fellow Boston police officer passed out in the snow. I don't know if he's passed out. But why wouldn't she say, I am Jen McCabe. My sister is Nicole Albert. She's married to Brian Albert. And there is a fellow Boston police officer laying in the snow, unresponsive. If I can do that, why can't she? So that's just, if that's not absolutely suspicious, I don't know what is. A man passed out in the snow. This is the person she called her friend. She wanted the jury to know. She kept looking at the jury as she's saying, my friend, John O'Keefe. But he's just a man passed out in the snow? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. I can put that. Like man passed out in the snow. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
I don't know what she said there.
I think what's that? So, like, okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Carrie.
So why didn't she run into the house to get blankets while she was on the phone with 911? Because there's a period of time there where the 911 operator is silent. She's silent. That's time. That's a window. You're trying to save a life. You're a soccer mom. You know these things, right? You're surrounded by first responders all the time. I know you overhear conversations. I mean, if that would be anybody else's instinct, why wouldn't it be yours?
Yes, I need that.
And there, Karen just got a text message. Yeah, that.
I just got to get Carl on the way out.
Huh? Yeah, that's not the whole video. It stopped recording. There's still like 14 seconds left. I appreciate it, Patrick. Thanks for sending that, but it wasn't the whole thing because there's a very vital piece of that recording as well at the end. Because at the end it picks Jennifer McCabe saying, "Are you coming out or are you coming outside?" At the very exact time that her phone records indicate that she spoke to her sister, Nicole Albert, who was inside 34 Fairview at that very moment, which at the last trial, she denied speaking to her sister, Nicole Albert. She denied it. She lied on the stand. This is not rumor. This is a fact. This happened. The only problem is I can't find the video. But it absolutely happened because we went over it. I mean, I have live streams up from months ago. Let me try. Butt dial. Oh my God. God, they just still got it on the fan there. Worst mod ever. All right. Well, I guess we're not hearing the entire footage. Yeah, I mean, so the next witness is going to be Peggy O'Keefe, which is, again, what purpose is that going to serve? Because you know what's going to happen. Here's my prediction for the Peggy O'Keefe testimony. She's going to sit there and cry. And I realize, well, don't be so insensitive. She lost her son. Yes, I fully understand that. I fully understand that. I'm talking in terms of legalities. I'm talking in terms of a trial. I'm talking in terms of a trial strategy. And Peggy O'Keefe sitting up there isn't going to do anything and not serve any purpose other than to try to manipulate the jury to feel sympathy for the prosecution. Not her. The prosecution is going to use her to gain sympathy for themselves. That's the tactic. Because, I mean, she's not going to contribute anything. And honestly, this is what's going to suck, is because I feel like the defense can probably prove that Peggy O'Keefe never really liked Karen in the first place and has a bias against Karen. Now, the problem with that is the defense is probably never going to go that direction because it's too risky. They want the jury to like them. The prosecution already has the upper hand already, automatically, by default. Immediately, by default, the jury ball is in the prosecution's court. So it's really important that the defense make the jury like them. And attacking the victim's crying, sobbing mother on the witness stand is almost undoubtedly a bad decision in any case. So I don't predict that the defense will do anything like that. I don't think that they'll even cross-examine her, if I'm being totally honest. If I'm taking a guess as a layman, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. But as a layman, my guess is they're not even going to cross-examine her. And I'm basing also my experience in watching them in the first trial, watching the defense and their strategies in the first trial. They want to be real careful about who they cross-examine and how it's going to look to the jury when they do. I have learned to observe these cases under the simple guideline of, all right, under the simple guideline of understanding that everything is about how the jury sees it. Literally every single decision that you make as an attorney, as a trial attorney, comes down to how the jury sees it. So that's how I apply my thinking here. And I don't see the jury favoring the defense by cross-examining Peggy O'Keefe, because just the mere cross-examination of her could come off to even one juror as attacking her. They could automatically just, who knows, they could have a poor sobbing mom at home, and they see Peggy, they take one look at Peggy O'Keefe sitting on that stand and sobbing. They're gonna, you know what I mean? You don't even want to sway one juror in the other direction, man. You really can't afford to do that if you're the defense. I think that it would be very strategic if they're trying to slip Aiden Turtle Boy into this. I think that that would be a very effective way for the prosecution to do that, is to use Peggy O'Keefe. It would be slimy as shit, but it would be extremely effective. Probably the most effective witness to slip Turtle Boy into the mix would be Peggy O'Keefe. If I'm Hank Brennan and I'm a slimy rat covered in sewage, I would absolutely do that. I would absolutely, if I was Hank Brennan hired by Michael Morrissey under the circumstances that I was hired by Michael Morrissey, and I was a slimy, disgusting, stinky, shit crawling around rat, I would absolutely use Peggy O'Keefe to bring Turtle Boy into the picture if I was trying to bring Turtle Boy into the picture. And since they named him as a witness, maybe. But Turtle Boy has already stated that he plans on pleading the fifth. So they're not even going to call him to the stand. They never intended to call him to the stand in the first place. It was a cheap ploy and an attempt to keep him out of the courtroom. And it failed. Yeah. And it doesn't, in theory, based on what we know, I don't see how it benefits the defense to even cross-examine her. I don't see a benefit at all to it, is what I'm saying. I already named the cons, but I can't think of a pro. You know? I just don't see how it helps the defense in any way. What good would it do? Catch Peggy O'Keefe in a lie? What lie? What lies are we talking about? The timeline? You think that the defense is going to nitpick at her memory of a timeline? It's going to look like they're attacking her in front of a jury. If they do that and they say, oh, well, you said this. Isn't it true that this happened? Could you read your grand jury testimony here? And blah, blah, blah. They're doing that to a sobbing old lady, dude. The jury's going to be like, fuck Alan Jackson. Fuck this defense. Karen Reed's guilty. We hate her. Every time she makes a dirty look, every time anything like that happens is going to be bad for Karen Reed. Anytime she even so much as shifts in her chair after that happens, throughout this entire trial, that is bad for Karen Reed. I see no benefit whatsoever from cross-examining Peggy O'Keefe. But that's just me. And I may not even know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Maybe there is something. Maybe they have something that's worth it. Maybe they have something that's going to make Peggy O'Keefe's tears turn out to be crocodile tears, and they make her out to be a liar right in front of the jury because they have something super incriminating. But I seriously doubt that's the case. I think Peggy O'Keefe has been duped by the McAlberts, and there's a whole lot of perpetual shit talking about Turtle Boy and about Karen. And Peggy is just caught up in that. That's what I think is going on. Yeah, but what lies, though? What are you talking about? That's my point. What lies? Now, if there are lies, of course the defense is going to use them, but I don't think there are any. It's my point. That's my point. Is you're calling out lies here, but if there are no lies, then there are no pros to calling Peggy O'Keefe to the stand. It's just a bad idea. You can't just think she's a liar and then put her up on the stand and then hope to have a few good men moment and play Jedi mind tricks to get her to admit something. And then, all of a sudden it's the end of an episode of Matlock. Oh, isn't it right now, ma'am, that your tears are no longer for your son and your tears are now for yourself. That doesn't happen. It's not gonna happen. Let me see if I can find something here. Let's just watch the rest of that hearing. Still a few minutes left up because I got to step away for just a second.
(2024), and I've got the transcript on an, albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me. I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with Uncle. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay, Mr. Lally. So her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. The court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Am I going too fast? Yes. Thank you. All righty. Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson. Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter, I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages as opposed to emails, text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is improvident to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense from putting in a defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding precluding the defense.
Okay, all right. What's
so,
next?
so I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
Certainly, Your Honor. I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. There are no violations of any discovery order, no violations of this court's order. And with regard to the retaining of ARCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting. And this can be tested with ARCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right. No, thank you. All right. So as you all know, I previously wanted to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I previously found
I'm convinced at this point that Bev hates Alessi as much as she hates Jackson. And she's going to hate him even more because Alessi, we haven't even seen him question a witness yet. That's going to be wild. That's going to be wild. Except for, I think wasn't it him who handled Dr. Russell in the void year? But what we haven't seen him do is cross-examine a witness. And I'm looking forward to that. Because to see him do what Jackson just did, like in theory, is just highly entertaining to me.
And believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say, I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi.
It was deliberate, she says.
That this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations.
It's like she didn't hear a fucking word he said that whole time.
To figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having you. I need the ARCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it for ARCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
May I inquire briefly for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
In light of the hearing on Friday, will it still be half a day, or are we expected to call witnesses on Friday?
No, it will be, if we could do, Mr. Alessi, how long do you think this voir dire might take?
I don't have an answer for you, Your Honor, right now, because I've got to talk to ARCA and I've got to understand what they have and what they don't have. So I think, in fairness, I think it can take some time.
All right. So no witnesses for Friday, and I think we'll give the jury the day.
And will it be a full day on Thursday?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. So we'll see you then. I will issue an order hopefully before the close of business today. Jimmy, can you stay and get this out today?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so that's that. Let's
back in for more of the recross by the defense.
Just to be clear, you described a very detailed scene in which firefighter Flamati got down on the ground on his knees and began CPR.
Yes, sir.
We saw a clip that it played fully through.
Mm-hmm.
Starts and stops, but it played fully through, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true and accurate video of what happened that day.
What's up, yes, man?
That morning, correct?
Correct.
And from the time firefighter Flamati began his CPR, he never stopped. But all the way through until the burn was taken off the camera, correct?
Correct.
You also described very clearly before you saw the video that the time when my client walked over and you had this dialogue and you heard this statement, it was during the time that firefighter Flamati was given the CPR, correct? You described it.
Yes, sir.
But when we actually see firefighter Flamati giving the CPR, as per your description, at no time did my client walk over and have a conversation. Did she?
She did in the video.
In the portion that Mr. Brennan played you, was firefighter Flamati giving CPR at that point?
As I said previously,
was he or was he not? Yes or no?
Objection.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
Yeah, bro, because you're lying.
Firefighters Kelly and Flamati were trading off CPR. Tony started doing CPR, and it was passed off at one point to firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly at that time was a BLS EMT. Firefighter Flamati was a paramedic.
Stacy, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Yeah, you guys are awesome with that stuff, man. Like, I really appreciate it. It's really helpful because I'm trying to go back to Boston as soon as possible. So thank you guys for that shit.
They're going to move towards firefighter Kelly performing CPR because at that time his skill set was not as advanced as firefighter Flamati's, as Tony's. But they did switch off. That is a routine cardiac arrest. We switch off compressions.
But the video that Mr. Brennan showed you was earlier in time, a few seconds or a minute or two earlier.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with that, correct?
I would.
And firefighter Flamati had not begun CPR, had he?
I don't believe so.
That's right. He hadn't. But that's the time that my client walked over your general area, correct?
Correct.
Before CPR was started, correct?
CPR was started immediately, sir.
Can we wrap this up?
I don't know if we can, Judge.
Give me a couple more minutes.
Oh, I love that.
Do you understand the confusion? Objection.
Sustained.
All right, a couple more questions on this.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
The video that Mr. Brennan showed you.
Yes, sir.
And you pointed to and said, oh, that's the time when she walked over and said the statement.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
I do.
Firefighter Flamati was not even kneeling down giving CPR, was he at that point?
No,
The answer is yes or no?
No.
Okay, he was not. Later, as the video continues to run, at some point, we see firefighter Flamati enter the screen, kneel down in that bright, reflective yellow jacket, and begin CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had previously said that when you heard the statement and she walked over to you, it was when firefighter Flamati was giving CPR.
All right, guys, we got to do this because it's just necessary. Latest DUI guy video. And before we do, stop what you're doing right now and go give it a like. I'm dropping the link in the chat right now. Go give it a like right now. I'll wait 10 seconds before I start this. Nobody else thinks it's weird the judge called her Jen McCabe and that she should step up. I mean, no. I mean, we joked that it was a Freudian slip, but no, I don't think it was weird because Jen McCabe's name kept coming up. Jen McCabe's name kept coming up. So it made sense, you know? I mean, all it tells me is that Bev was paying attention.
Let me say that again. John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night.
Oh my God!
Larry's so fucking dramatic, dude. I fucking love him.
Police officer named Michael Proctor.
Oh my God, Jackson did not disappoint. No! Yes! 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 Yes!
Never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced.
Oh, so this is Larry's reaction to Jackson's opening.
By his own agency, not by us. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Out on a date on a Friday night.
This is the best opening I've ever heard in my entire life.
Everybody was saying that shit.
Hello, everybody. We are back on Buckle Up, It's the Law. Trial number 2 is off to the races. Opening statements by Hank Brennan and Alan Jackson. Oh my God. Yes, they did everything that we wanted, everything that we expected. The defense team is ready to fire. If you watched Hank Brennan's opening and now you're going to get to see my reaction to Jackson's opening, you will see the stark contrast between, because we're not going to do Hank's opening on this channel unless you really want me to. I think it's a waste of your time. But if you really want me to, let me know in the comments below and I will do it. However, I'm focusing primarily on the defense and cross-examination because that is where the meat of this case lies. That's where all of the fireworks are. And today, folks, oh my God, Jackson did not disappoint. I mean, I was literally on my way out of court this morning. I pull up, and the first words I hear as I'm scrolling past, I hit the live button on NBC 10, and it's like, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Those are going to be your verdicts in this case. Oh my God! Let's get into it, folks. I am so excited. I have spit flying out of my mouth. Let's go.
The evidence in this case will establish above everything else.
Bro,
3 points.
Larry is one of my favorite fucking people on YouTube, dude. And I'm telling, and he's really cool too. Like, we DM sometimes, fucking have laughs. But he's like, he's another example right there of somebody who, like, you can't make up, dude. Like, that's a real guy. That's a real guy. That's not a fictional person, dude. Like, this is not a character. That's a real fucking dude. There are so many of these when you're talking about this case.
Points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, 1,000 times yes. There was no collision. Melanie Little, you and I, we did this. We did that. We helped them. They're using it. They're using it. Oh my God. I am to the moon and back. All right, let's keep watching.
There was no collision.
Oh my God. So what he's referring to, what he's referring to is, now what's really cool is Karen Reed's defense. Karen Reed and her camp have been really cool about, now they've gotten a lot of support, right? So last year during the first trial, what they would do is they paid attention to a lot of the YouTubers who were covering the case, like early on, people who were covering the case pretty early on. And the way that they saw it, they were just really grateful for all of the support. But obviously they couldn't really, they can't invite like the hundreds of people who are hanging out outside the courthouse to come into the courtroom. So the way that they wanted to show gratitude to everyone who was doing that is to invite like some of the YouTubers who the people outside are listening to and watching, which is a smart thing to do. So in order to show them gratitude, they would invite us. So before I got to go out there, Larry went out there, and I guess he went out there the same time attorney Melanie Little went out there. And the cool thing is you could they're lawyers, so they're gonna have more of a conversation with them about, oh, you guys should do this and do that. I won't do that shit. I'll just be like, at most I'll be like, hey, how come this and this, and why is this? And I'll ask questions as to trying to understand what's going on. And who better to get it from than the horse's mouth, in order to understand what's happening in the case. So that's what I would do. But these, so he's basically suggesting that at one point, probably when they went and had lunch, they were like, dude, opening statements, you should have just been like fucking she never hit him in the car. Just tell the jury immediately, right out of the gate, that there was no collision, that there absolutely was no collision. So he's loving the fact that Alan Jackson, this fucking rock star, is seemingly taking their advice from when they visited, which is just really fucking awesome.
Those are the three things.
John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that.
Court's back.
Thank you, Melanie.
The evidence will show that.
All right, we'll come back to Larry later on. I know I'm watching that later. We probably actually won't get back to Larry, but because I have to leave in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children?
Get out of town.
How long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
No, the defense won't cross-examine her. I can't imagine why they would. There we go. There we go. There it is. You hadn't
My
even
daughter,
asked
Kristen,
the question yet.
Had
That merits tears.
a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November
Okay.
of 13.
Lost her daughter.
She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
my son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you just the microphone?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this is just a tactic.
Talking too soft. Okay.
Like, how are you not supposed to feel sorry for her? I feel sorry for her, of course. How are you not supposed to feel sorry for her?
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was
Oh,
there,
she was sitting there for the
and
timeline too,
Paul
right?
and Erin were there,
Right.
and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And before, when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was
but that doesn't mean that they'll cross
wonderful with
for
the
it.
kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
There was a lot of testimony about Carrie Roberts being involved in the last trial. She was there in the car when they were looking for him. So, but they never even cross-examined Carrie Roberts. I'm saying they might cross-examine her, but I don't think that they will. I just.
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay.
I mean, don't.
Can I ask you a few
I
more
would have been in
questions?
2020. He would have been 42.
You let me know. I want to go back
47,
to
sorry.
the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mm-hmm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had
I was born
called
in
one of my
85,
nieces
bro.
to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. And I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, "What is she doing here?" And she says, "Oh, she's being psych evaluated." So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna get cross now. She's gonna get cross now.
I'd like to go back, if I may.
She totally
May I?
lied, or Carrie lied.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?" She said, "Yes, I just left him there."
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, "I left him there."
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, "No, I just left him there."
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in, And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me
Wow.
keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
Wow. Wow.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just,
I assume the bedroom.
okay, and Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Yeah, this
Could I
lady just
read a bit?
wants, she just wants to blame Karen for
Ma'am, how
everything.
many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
Yeah, Hannah.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
There's
No.
so much to this case.
How
if you're just
long
now following it.
Was
So
the
much.
defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
It's a lot, Hannah.
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, I think
You
the
can
defense.
just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the defense doesn't
Ready?
even want to
Go ahead.
cross her,
Okay.
but they're being left with not much choice.
That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
Nope.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
Man, he's been leading this whole trial. I just don't
The
think
children.
the defense wants to object to.
Who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me,
Where do the children live?
with me, in Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes,
You're their primary caretaker?
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little.
All right. Wow. Yeah. Now, I mean, after that, they don't have any choice but to cross her. And yes, you get a Lessie to do it. That's the one you get to do it. But no, it's going to be Jackson.
There you go.
I am surprised at this. Unless, oh man, I wonder why Jackson.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
There you go.
All right.
What I say.
You're all
People,
set.
when I fucking tell you to listen to me, dude, fucking listen, okay? I don't have the word attorney in front of my name, but it doesn't fucking matter because I am always right. I'm not always right, not really. But, you know, I just wanted to gloat.
I would like to introduce two clips, labeled 4 and 5.
And what I'm going to need you guys to do now is go over to Mark Bettero's Twitter and let him know that I was right and he was wrong, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. Just, yeah. Go do that.
These,
Let's see what
I don't know what they are.
fucking video is.
For a second, please.
The fuck is this? And by the way, I'm pretty sure just based on my level of intelligence alone, Karen Reed's defense team, I'll just go ahead and knock out the bar in Massachusetts and file a motion to have me join your team, and I'm happy to help. Okay. Small fee though, I don't work. Unreasonable. God. It's just like I'm seeing like a bunch of Twitter trolls just sitting there in that fucking gallery, dude. It's so crazy. See, Liz Reed knows what's up. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Janet Reed, Karen and Liz Reed's mother, has officially, unofficially adopted me. I am a Reed sibling now. Okay, officially, unofficially, just so you know. This comes from the top. Even Bill has no say in it. Janet says so. It's gospel. Okay. All right. I've got something about to come through. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. No, forget it. Yeah, these folks are just the dopest people in the world. They're just so nice. And here's Meredith. Turtle Boy is in the press box. Meredith is there as a guest of the Reeds. And so you have Bill Reed here, Karen's father, and my adoptive father, whether he likes it or not. We have Janet Reed here, my adopted mother, because she says so. And SD is over here. SD is sitting next to, this is SD right here, and there's
another
Kelly,
short
my new
recess.
cousin.
Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first section of courtroom this time.
Thank you, Miss.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
All right. Yeah, there's a lot to this, folks. There's a lot to this. Unfortunately, though, I am gonna have to wrap this up because I gotta go get Drago and I have to get Clever caught up on his vaccines or his vaccinations in the process. And I don't know, maybe I'll go live again later tonight. I don't know. We'll see if I could squeeze it in there and not step on anyone else's toes, because I don't want to do that, because I know there's some people who can't even stream the trial because they have day jobs and they find the time to go over recaps in the evening, and I don't want to interfere with that. So now yeah, to go over to Melanie Little Glare Raid. Head on over to attorney Melanie Little's channel, Melanie Little's channel. 6 to 8 months in a correctional facility. Yeah, go over to attorney Melanie Little's channel and let them know it's a glare raid in the chat. Guys, you guys are absolutely fantastic. Thanks for hanging out with me. I can't wait to find out what happens next in the Karen Reed Sham. But guys, all your support, thank you guys so much for all that. Make sure to hit the like for me. It really helps me out. Make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. I noticed we got a lot of new subscribers. Thank you guys so much. I really hope you're enjoying the channel. I hope you continue to enjoy the channel. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys very, very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.